I'm about to go live. Love you. And that's on stream. You can hear me. Haha. Have I pressed the mic button already? Hi, everyone. And so let's do it. Well, that was good timing. I should say private things and then unmute, not unmute first. Sopranaut, hey, how you going? Hello from YouTube. Dippy VR in with the first beating Russ. Russ is missing in action. I wonder what happened to Russ. Well done, Dippy. You've finally got the real first. Welcome. Thank you for coming along. We are here. It is a Saturday night here on the west coast of Australia, and we are continuing with our build of our Modular Engines factory. Hopefully Russ is sleeping. Yes. So this is what we were doing last night with some fancy walls and windows and bits and pieces. As I said, this is a Modular Engines factory. It is actually, I have doors now. For a while there, these were boxes with no way in and out of them. But I did make these access points to each wing of the building. So this is sort of the start of the factory through here. This is basically making smart plates in this wing. So we have steel beams and copper sheets there. And then this is all blueprints. So this blueprint here is making, let's see if I can remember, rotors and reinforced plates. I think it's rotors. Is it rotors? Yes, it is rotors. You can see our raw materials are coming down from above. So we're sending some coal up, but we're using some iron and some copper to produce copper ingots, iron ingots and steel, which are then coming down to the rest of the factory. And then this blueprint here is just a bunch of assemblers all making the smart plating, which is an early project piece, but this is also used for this particular one as well. Competent streamer. Yes. So then we have the second wing across, and in the second wing we're just making motors basically. We are using the rigger motor recipe. So again, we're using blueprints here. So this first blueprint here is making, again, more rotors and stators. And then this is going into these manufacturers, which are using the rigger motor recipe, along with some crystal oscillators, which are brought in by train to make motors. And we have a beam here keeping things in line. And then all of that comes through to the final wing over here, where we have basically a bunch of manufacturers all making the modular engines, which is our project part. So we're only on phase 3, and we've already well and truly blown through our 500 modular engines. So we're just making excess. They're being sent off and basically they're going into the sink. But we'll keep this humming because in the next phase we're going to need more. That's curious. Oh, I just haven't bothered to connect up those lifts because we're only using 3 inputs. So as you can see, we've got a nice facade out the front here. We've got the front of the buildings done, but we haven't really done the backs or the resource areas or the roofs. So we're continuing with the build tonight to just basically try and finish this off. And I really wish I had a lava pack. There, I'll try not to say that too often tonight. Azuran's keeping count. I don't mind a bit of natural rock peering through, but I do want kind of a wall along here. Maybe I will do a half wall. I mean, I could do it here and just have the door underneath it. So, for those who play Satisfactory in VR, I have released a mod update today. It is an experimental release, so if you're just doing the normal upgrade, you will not get it by default. But if you go into the mod manager and you pick, you can specify which version you're picking, and you can pick 1.0.4 Alpha 4. No, Alpha 5. Got to get it right. Alpha 5 is now out. And the main update for this version is I've completely redone the input system that the keyboard users, the VR keyboard. So the VR keyboard should now be a lot better and a lot more precise. I'm going to put some vents along here just to give it a bit of colour. Do I want the narrow ones or the big fat ones? See, these are two wide. We've got space of 4 here, basically. So if I do those, it's basically just going to be all vents. Which I guess is not bad. And the red is going to face away, which is kind of pointless, but... This is also really going to chew through our steel beam supply if we do lots of these. I'm standing on a blueprint, therefore it's not going to snap another blueprint. Now what I'll do is I'm going to delete that column there if I'm going to duplicate this, because if I copy that, that will automatically overlap like that. And I've already run out of steel beams. Maybe I should have started this session with a trip to get supplies so we don't run out quite so quickly. We're also going to determine what we're going to do over here. Maybe I'll do one set of vents here, and might leave the rest just as a white wall, given that that rock there intrudes quite considerably. Okay, so we need more steel beams if we're going to be spamming that blueprint a lot. Okay. I also do want to tidy up the logistics as well, and also maybe put a bit of a lower floor with an access panel. So this is kind of the back service area here. So we could here. This is probably right. Yes, I was going to say this is probably right over where the actual stuff is going, which is not a good place to put stairs down. What's in that? Ooh. Ah. That's all the smart plates. I'm guessing that was my initial, when I first wired them up to test they were working, I chucked them in a container. So let's get rid of those. I could just delete them, but there's probably a decent number of sync points in there. So let's just wire this up temporarily and we'll just sync all those plates. Away they go. I wonder if they'll even register. Oh, I wonder what that was. That might actually have been a delivery of modular engines to the space elevator, because all the overflow would have gone into the sink. So that's, I suspect, what that spike is. Unless, no, I'm not delivering heavy frames yet, so... Okay, so... Can't really have a walkway down here. I mean, we could put it this side. We can move that power easily enough. Okay, so there is going to clip with the thing, so maybe we do it over that one instead. And let's get a half foundation for the side here. Now we can actually have that line up better by bringing it back one and up one, like that. So yeah, this is pretty walkable already down here, but it's just the default concrete. And I did kind of delete some of the floor because I didn't know if I needed all of it. And we've got problems like part of it cutting through the tree foundation and such, so we're going to tidy that up. I don't know if I need to enclose it as such. And that's the thing, I'm tempted to replace this with just a thin floor, sort of like a suspended floor below it, because we already have these as our main supporting beams. So maybe we replace this entire thing with like a thinner... I mean, the other thing we could do is walkways, but the problem with walkways is doing a big surface area of walkways is fiddly. And I have done walkways as a lower floor in a logistics before, and it actually worked really well. But this floor, it's a bit less structured, so I think I'm going to try this. We could even have an access walkway from the ground up until this point, perhaps, maybe? I'll think about it. Again, I don't want to spend too much on this build, too much time that is. So while I have set myself a goal of having functional, pretty factories, I'm not going to agonize for weeks and weeks and weeks over the minutiae of this. I can always come back later and put in more detail. Famous last words. Oh yeah, trust me, in my first playthrough I still have stuff that I'm going to come back to that. Totally going to come back to it and finish it off. Some of it I have. Like, you know, I've gone back and added, actually get a spark out of the ground. Spike, that might have been a spike from there, but that's it, they're all gone. And that's why I'm not rushing away right yet, and I'm trying to make it, you know, moderately finished and moderately tidy before I rush off to the next shiny project. But you know, I've also been on phase 3 for a heck of a long time, and all we need to do now is the damn it, I remembered earlier today what they were called. They're not assembly director systems, that's the part that comes after. Mental blank. They're called something, I know that. Oops. Adaptive control units. Did I beat chat edit? Hi. Individs. Hey, how's it going? Adaptive control units is what they are, I'm pretty sure. Let me check. Oh, that's right. I know that is working. Adaptive. Yeah, adaptive control units. So we do need to make these. These should be pretty easy because we're already automating in different factories the circuit boards, the frames, and the computers. So we're going to making a factory probably next Friday that's going to churn out a ton of automated wiring, bring these things in by train, and then like this one, we'll have a bunch of manufacturers that are just churning out the adaptive control units. But these automated wirings chew a lot of resources. In a recent developer video, there was a comment about official VR support coming. When did they say that? Was that the developer one stream on this week? I thought I watched that stream. I would be very interested to know the source of that comment if you'd heard that into it. Because no one's mentioned it to me yet. I'm not going to quit the stream and go rushing and look at it now. That is very curious if it does actually, if that is the case. I might add a bit of white here. No, just the one, I think. Just block that corner in. So this is like the maintenance access hatch here. Okay, that doggo is still not happy with me. I'm not going to bother taming that doggo there, not at this stage anyway. See, now you've thrown off my groove, because I was like, where? What? Who would have said that? Right, I do know we were going to go and get a whole pile more frames, not frames, beams, because we're going to make lots more of these walls, and these walls are ridiculously expensive for steel beams. We've got a few back now, because we've been mincing around below the floors, just putting concrete down. So we can build a couple more, and we can build a third. Yes, okay, so I wanted to put one over here just to see what it looked like. Let's not snap to blueprint so I can actually put it down. Yeah, I think just one there, and if we fill the rest with white, that way it will snugly fit in with the rest of the rock face, because the rock face is sticking out too much for me to bother with so much detail there. So like that, and then we'll have a vent there. Like, there's no point having a vent if it's going to be covered by rock. So that is probably... Do I have enough for one more? No, I do not. So I'm going to pop off to the space elevator and grab a whole pile more of steel beams. Really, beam? That's an interesting position for me to be sitting. Right where the thing is. Move it, Bean. Hang on. Oh, that's red, that's red. Hopefully it's a train ahead and not a train behind. Okay, that's a train ahead. Okay, so here we are at the space elevator. We have 2 train stations with 4 platforms here each, which dump excess products that get filtered along here, and it also delivers the project parts. Ooh, I need to top up my fuel as well. Probably want some more concrete, because we burned through that as well. Actually, we've still got a reasonable amount, but grabbing a couple more stacks is probably a good idea. Let's get rid of those rods. We do not need little bits and pieces. I've been carrying around 103 power shards for way too long. I just have not built anything recently that I've overclocked. I don't need those. Those are in the depot. The thing is, each one of those grid blueprints. Is that the one? That's the narrow one. Actually, I should move that to the other. Yeah, it comes in here. One of these has a longer name. Okay, it's this one. I need to make that name shorter. This one takes 128 beams. So I can basically get 1.5, if that. It's like 3 blueprints for every 2 stacks. So as you can see, I've already stolen a whole bunch from here and it hasn't restocked yet. So this is going to chew a lot of my stock of beans. Let's just take all of them. I'm just trying to think how many more I need to build, because there's the other sides of the other places as well. Lots of it. Okay. Actually, I should have deleted my train, because probably not. Actually, yeah, let's catch the train back for a bit of scenery. Yeah, because we're currently blocking up the entire train network because we're parked on a main line here. Oops. Sorry about that, folks. I shall move my train. And let's actually take a tour past the blue crater. I can turn fast enough. So here's the blue crater here. And you can see over there the plastic and rubber factory. So last weekend we doubled the capacity of that for plastic and rubber. So you can see it's now 2 floors high, whereas previously it was just 1 floor. And actually turned out pretty decent, I think, from a multi-floor perspective. I mean, it looks funky, but it doesn't look unrealistic. I mean, apart from being in a sci-fi game, so... yeah, I'm happy with how that stack came out. So that tower could potentially get a lot taller. Hi Dora, it's been a long time since I've watched you all play Satisfactory. Hey Whitebeardy, welcome back. How's it going? What have you been up to, Whitebeardy, if not playing Satisfactory? I mean, yes, I've heard there are other games and other things to do, and there's that real life stuff. Red light, red. Oh, that's. I was gonna say it's a red traffic signal because I'm on this line. So that's why it's red. So yes, we're still playing Satisfactory in VR over here, Whitebeardy, and we're still on phase 3. But we are close. We've just got one more factory to do, and then we'll have finished the project parts, and we can move on to phase 4 and unlock all sorts of goodies. But for now, we are still on phase 3, still on the jetpack, no hover pack. Still don't have aluminium, so we're still on Mark IV belts. Good, thanks. Big focus on real life stuff, and then got hooked on Star Citizen in VR. Ooh. I've been tempted by that, but it also screams time sink. Like I have played Elite Dangerous for several hundred hours in VR, and that says time sink as well. And it's the sort of time sink that I don't find particularly pick up and go, oops, I didn't mean to go down this way. Okay, we'll take a tour of this factory. Actually, I want to try and replicate that style from the plastics train station. So I should have gone that way and taken some notes. So yeah, how is Star Citizen in VR? It seemed very beta still. quite experimental still, from what I was looking at. I am actually a Star Citizen backer from the original Kickstarter. I paid my 20 or 30 bucks or whatever it was many years ago. And one day I'll install it and try it out. Yeah, major time sink, yeah. I already have one major time sink. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really like playing lots of Satisfactory. And yes, I do have too many hobbies, but most of them get neglected from Satisfactory. Well, actually, this is an overlap here, because this is a Satisfactory hobby, it's a VR hobby, it's a streaming and video production hobby, and it's also a bit of tech automation stuff as well, as far as the streamer bot stuff goes. I've written applications and support services to assist me with my stream. Although my video editing is a bit neglected, because that stuff is also a big time sink. So grand plans of having edited down versions of this playthrough, and they're still kind of on the backlog. Everything you missed about 1.2 EXP? I did watch that video. I didn't think there was anything about VR in there. I'm trying to remember if I just watched that video on my phone though. I'm usually pretty on the go and listening out for any mention of anything related to VR in it. It's experimental still, but has improved over the last few patches. It now has many good missions, lots of emergent gameplay, and has just introduced crafting. Cool. How good is the controls of Star Citizen? Do you use VR controls, or is it a HOTAS and keyboard in VR sort of setup for Star Citizen? Okay, we're back, and we have lots and lots and lots of steel beams, so we can spam these grills everywhere now. I'm wondering if that's a bit too much over that side, actually, maybe. I didn't mean... No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think I might strip this down to just one with white either side. I think this is a bit too much. So that's going to flood my inventory, so maybe I should go make a few more of these in other factories first before I delete too many. Use HOTAS for ship flying and mouse and keyboard for on-foot controls. Really dislike mouse and keyboard, but I got used to it for now. Cool. Yeah, one day I'll give it a go, but I do realise that when I sit down to play Star Citizen, it is going to require a lot of time to focus on it, to learn the controls, to learn the game. So that's kind of why I haven't yet. Let's go across to the other factories. Now, this bit here, I hadn't figured out what we were doing. Given we've got a walkway there, it would be nice to at least have a walkway between this building and the other building. Just to mention of VR, I'm having a hard time understanding the context of the jokes for the translator. Oh, okay, so it might have been a joke reference rather than an actual. because that's possible. If I nudge that around, rotate, grip, lock, back a half meter, forward 2, rotate, grip, lock, back. I should just be able to go like that, lock, back half a meter. No, I gotta do 2 at a time. What's the chances this lines up anywhere remotely near where I want it to? Okay, not quite. I'm gonna have to make it a bit tighter. Or start it a bit... no, it's just gotta be tighter. Or I could start further out and curve it around, and that way it might meet up. Because it's close, it's like one more and then one more and we'll be lined up. Hey, Russ! Russ links in. Hi, Russ, how's it going? Engaged with the book? Ooh, cool, what are you reading? And you know what, Russ? Guess who got first? I mean, we could just do 2-1-2-1, but that's kind of going to look odd, I think. Satisfactory Diaries. Ah, okay. 11th novel. Wow. Also really enjoyed joining an org and multiplayer in Star Citizen. Ah, cool. Mining rocks and hauling cargo on FPS missions in a group has been great fun in multiplayer. Cool, because yeah, I've done a little bit of Elite Dangerous multiplayer. Wow, that almost matches. So you've seen trying to spread them out till I get paid next to her. Okay. Is that the one that there was an anime about? Is it the Satisfactory Diaries that you subscribed to Crunchyroll to watch? Yes, that's it. Okay, cool. That is high on my list of things I need to check out and watch, because I have seen it praised quite a lot in various circles. And I am a bit of an anime aficionado, although, you know, most of I watched a lot of anime in the 90s. Might show my age there. You know, that's pretty decently lined up. Although, I can't turn around. Maybe a half nudge that way. How's that look? Oi! Thanks, Bean. Yeah, okay. This was more centered. Although we could line it up exactly-ish. We could do a magic trick. First 4 or 5 of them will follow the anime. So good, I'm a fan. How's the weekend going? The weekend is going pretty good. Actually got some, you know, responsible adulting done today. A little bit. And I think I just heard the washing machine finish, so that's a bonus. So we can slide this along. And eyeball it. So that is exactly lined up. Exactly as in, you know, within a centimetre or two. As far as all visual indications go, that is lined up. Although now that it's done, I probably should have used a central door. And that way I can put the columns either side and it'll look fine. Yes, yes. Scared stinger at not adulting. So yeah. Still got to do more though. There's too many things to do. Okay, this is going to be a pain because I need to get pillars on here, but I can't attach them to the floor. So let's put a concrete there, just so I've got something to stick the pillar on, so I can line it up with this door. There we go. So I don't know about the rest of the wall, but we've got a door that is now an access walkway that goes around to our other building. Okay, so we just had a slab of concrete above it by the looks of it. Now the problem is, if I want a feature wall, or I could just skip the vent and have a window at the back here. Maybe I do a half one. And a half one. And then where are those windows? We can copy a window from over here. And we just lock that into place. Sneak that up. I mean, we could actually put vents above either side of that. Maybe not either side, because that'd be a lot. Needs a little something though. We could do the thin ones, maybe. Thanks. It's just a simple gate, but a few tricks to get it to line up neatly. Now I will do this. Yeah, I might actually nudge that there, nudge that back there. And if I nudge these relative to that, I mean, it'll go into the wall a bit, but then that lines up nicely. Like that. Okay. Now what are we doing with the rest of the wall? So the steel vent wall with the red feature narrow. This is the where to go. Where's my blueprint? Hello? Oh, I'm standing on a blueprint maker. So that's the narrow version. I mean, we could actually take the red out of it. The red is a little ostentatious. Actually, we could line it up with the door underneath. So if I delete this temporarily, just so we can line up. Wait, no, if I copy that, I can go here, attach it to the top of the wall. But I don't want it directly on, I still want some concrete there, so I'll nudge that up to there. But that way it consistently looks like it's part of it. Not sure what to do about that teeny tiny gap though. This side doesn't need to be as accurate, but we can do a ½ meter nudge and that looks pretty close. Out of fuel. Ow. Thank you. I'm trying to make more interesting walls, but the gates are probably the stuff that I have a bit more experience with. Okay, so to fill in this hole, I can actually just get a ½ one and slide it in next to it. And if I do it so that it overlaps that, it'll keep up with the theme of having the pillars half embedded in the wall. I don't know if I want the line facing up. Okay. That little gap there is going to be more of a problem. Okay, so there was some viewers commenting on VR on the video? Okay. Yeah, I didn't think Coffee Stain themselves. Like, they know the mod exists and they sometimes send people towards the mod and say, hey, there's a mod, go try it. Which is nice of them. And sometimes they lurk in their streams, so hello Coffee Stain if you're lurking, how you going? Actually, that one we can just bring across from there. Hey, Ryuga, how's it going? Give her a hoe and a bottle of rum. Have you been playing that new pirate game? Or watching Let's Game It Out play that new pirate game? Doing the stuff he normally does. That was an amusing video. So that overlaps that a little bit. Probably want to actually attach it Or do we want to overlap it a little? Okay, so that is grey, but actually what we should do is we should use the big ones. Well, the big ones are as effectively as wide as that, so do we just shove that in there? Do we do the same, but... No, the big ones aren't that wide, I don't think. Maybe they are. I mean, it's going to chop into our window a bit. It's going to chop in less than having a full... Kind of just playing with textures here. We haven't got much of a window left after that, but we do have some. It's not too bad. Playing a pirate themed board game today. Ooh, cool. That dumb short they did. Yeah, there was that dumb short. Jason didn't know about the VR mod when he made that dumb short though. And they did link to the mod after it, so. Some scenes from the community mod guy inserted into the game. Oh yes, yes, there was that whole, in the patch notes, there was a whole sequence where they're in the game, which was quite VR-like. More VR-like than the selfie stuff that they were doing. Yeah, the golf hit, yeah. So if we filter on that, we should be able to just... it's almost too much. We almost need a silver bar up the side. So yes, yes, I do. I guess I do have patience. Definitely. It's interesting because, you know, VR is a niche of a niche, and well, VR is a niche, Satisfactory is a niche, so VR Satisfactory is a niche of a niche. And I try and get the word out there, and I try and let people know that this mod exists, because usually when people find out about it, they're pretty excited. But I still get people after all this time stumbling across my live streams, which is one of the reasons I do them. It's like, you know, there might be people watching on YouTube now who have never seen the mod before. Hey, go install the mod, it's awesome. But yeah, it's, I guess, you know, not everyone is constantly thinking about searching for search terms or watching media constantly. It's highly unlikely due to real life services, but if you streamed on Talk Like a Pirate, could you maintain it for the whole stream? Ooh. Ooh. I don't know if I would have the patience, Ryuga. Want to announce that I have freshly brewed coffee. Share with us, Dippy. Share. By the way, Russ, I don't know if you...
Ryuga just hit a 10-stream watch streak. That's impressive, cool. Dedication. I have my free time consumed, apparently.
Yes, we don't need free time. Russ, Dippy actually got first, by the way. You should be proud of him. Okay, so I'm tempted to actually strip this bit out of the middle and have that go across. But keep the little window and then the small window like that. Yeah, that's this little bit of window is quite cool, I think. So there we've got our wall. Technically we should be putting these on that bit as well, because that's sort of a feature wall over there. Not that people are going to see it other than the hog, unless we run a train line through here. Because we may need to, I don't know how, but there's other valleys and things around here that we may need to detour a train line to. And I have 7 fuel remaining. That's dangerous. if anyone's watching who does play Satisfactory in VR, I have released another alpha experimental build today, as promised, which includes a completely redone VR keyboard input system, which is a lot more reliable than the old flaky keyboards. So if the keyboard has ever annoyed you in the mod, give the update a go. MB Me 3 Miu? Is this Satisfactory in VR? You see, here we go. Yes, it is Satisfactory in VR. It's the only way to play VR. It's not the only way to play VR, and there are no wrong ways to play. Sorry, there's no wrong ways to play Satisfactory. But I can certainly highly recommend
Incoming propaganda broadcast
if you are
detected.
a VR-enabled
shelter.
person, that Satisfactory in VR is something definitely worth checking out. I am the mod author, so if you have any questions at all about Satisfactory in VR, I should have the answers for you. Vikaruga says, I discovered if you create a blueprint in an endgame game using purchasable only items or higher tier unlocked machines, then copy it to a new game. If you have the materials, you can build it. Yes, correct. You don't get a headache? I don't get a headache. I don't know how to pronounce your name. MB Miuo? I do not get headaches. I use a Quest 3, but I do have an aftermarket head strap, and it is a very comfy head strap. So I usually stream between 4 to 7 hours when I do stream live, with very short breaks, and I don't get headaches at all. I get stiff legs because I tend to play a lot standing, and stiff shoulders, but my head and my eyesight, you know, I could do this all day. It does help to have a powerful computer because the game is not made for VR, so the frame rate is not really designed for the sort of frame rates that VR targets. But with some fine tuning, you can get pretty decent results at it. So I'm targeting 60 frames a second in part so that I can stream at 60 frames a second. But really I get up to about 75. And then I'm using virtual desktop and I have synchronous space warp turned on in the headset. So it's like a frame doubler. So I'm effectively having 120 frames a second if I look around like this. But the game is rendering at 60 frames a second, and that's what the stream is seeing. It does dip below as well, so there will be some frame drops. But works pretty well. Anyway, I need to take a couple of minutes break to have a drink, a bio break. Where's my controls? So I will be back in 3 minutes. Thereabouts.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back in Satisfactory in VR. How are we all going today? Inuit says, great mod, he improves it often. Feel like the game itself was made for VR. Thanks, Sildermate. You're welcome, and thank you for the high praise. I got addicted to Satisfactory hard when I first actually installed it and started to play it. And I had about 1,200 hours playing it flat. And even from the early days, it's like this would be a beautiful world to explore in VR, and this would be a great game in VR. So after a while, the UEV tool came out, and I took that as a sign and started working on the mod. And so now I have over 1,000 hours actually playing in VR, and it has been awesome. Updates to the mod are a bit slower now, but we do have one coming out soon that is currently in testing. But with the 1.2 patch coming out, also where there's going to be a lot of breakages then, and I'll need to fix the mod to work with 1.2. So far, the modding tools have not become available for 1.2 yet, so I can't actually start doing updates on the mods because I don't know yet what will break. Okay, so all that time and we've done a back wall. Hurrah! Let's start working on this wall over here. How do I not get motion sick? I just don't get motion sick. So motion sickness affects different people in many different ways. And some people get sick from some things that others don't, and vice versa. When I first started in VR, smooth turning like this with a thumbstick, I used to lose my balance and topple over almost. Like I could not stand smooth turning at all. But after a few months, I sort of adapted to that and was fine with it. And since then, I haven't really had too many problems in any VR game. Satisfactory specifically is pretty good for motion. Basically, anytime you move, it's because of an action that you are doing or an action you know is going to happen. And so your brain is not surprised when it happens. So, you know, I press trigger on this and I know that the jetpack is going to fire. So my body is fine with the fact that as I fly through the air, because it knows that I'm pressing that button to do it. Similarly with like crouch jumping like this, I'm pressing crouch here as the grip button. So because my brain knows that the expected action of pressing the crouch is to lower down and then crouch jump will send me flying, my brain says, oh, yeah, I can accept that. That's close enough to the real thing. But there are, frame rate can be a big factor for some people. As I said, I'm generating 60 frames a second, and in the headset I'm getting 120. So it is for the most part super smooth for me. But some people, if your computer's not as good and you've got the detail up too high and the frame rate is too high, that can cause motion sickness. Sometimes, like, there's lots of things that can help with VR motion sickness, like having ginger or having a fan blow on you. Really depends on the personal circumstances and what affects you. I'm going to get more fuel before I forget. This intermediate frames and low FPS. Sometimes get nauseous by playing Minecraft and other games in full screen. Just unlucky, I guess. Yes. If you haven't tried VR, though, that doesn't mean you're going to get motion sick in VR. Or it may not be that you can train out of it, because in VR, you are completely surrounded, whereas an FPS on a monitor is just a picture. And so your brain thinks one thing. But in VR, the fact that you're actually fully surrounded and you can look around as if it's a world, like I actually do get a little bit, not nauseous, but it is a little disconcerting playing an FPS on a monitor sometimes if it's turning too much or jolting too much. Whereas if it's in VR, I find the extra perspective, like there's actual depth there, can actually help. But if you're not sure, it is really hard to tell, and you don't necessarily want to fork out for a VR headset if you're not sure, because that's an expensive proposition. And if you get a demo off someone, you have to be really careful, because you want them to give you a demo that is a good first experience. Like, do not play Satisfactory in VR on your very first VR experience. Do something else. There are the best ones are things that are staying still. So things like rhythm games like Beat Saber and Synth Riders and Pistol Whip are very good, because you don't move at all. The things around you move, but your world stays still. There's puzzle games as well with teleport motion that are much easier for someone who's first time into VR. So I'd recommend starting with something like that if you did want to give it a go. I'm just thinking that if I want a window on this side of the building, I should put the window here. There's nothing to see here. Let's just put this down here. But, you know, I also know people who have rushed out and bought a headset just for Satisfactory in VR, and they were perfectly fine. So it's really hard to tell in advance whether it's going to affect you or not. Before you buy, don't have friends with VR, go to a VR warehouse session. Yeah, there are various VR in-person places around. I'm not sure what country you're from, Marius, but here in Australia we have, what's it called? I'm trying to remember the name of the VR place. Zero Latency? Zero Latency, where you can go along and play a VR in a big warehouse. And what they do is they'll give you like an actual prop weapon or a prop controller. And instead of moving around like a game, like I am with sticks, I'm standing in my study and I'm physically not moving. You actually walk about the warehouse. And so that's a really good tester for VR, because you move in the world naturally, so your brain accepts it a lot more easily, rather than the world moving and you're physically not moving. So you can try those out. They cost a little bit, but you know, if you got a few friends, go along and try out a zero latency or similar sort of VR experience in a warehouse type of thing. That might be a good test taster. Unfortunately, the very first one I did, they put us on floating platforms ridiculously high in the sky, and I have vertigo from heights, so I spent the entire experience shaking violently. So it wasn't from motion sickness, it was from the heights. So yeah, it's not all plain sailing. I think I will go half here. Just have a bit of rock peeking out, and maybe that can be the feature over here. Although maybe I could put a little bit of a vent at the top maybe or something. Cheaper than buying a headset outright. Yes, absolutely. Hypertubing in VR is again, I find it fine because you're moving mostly in a straight line. I mean, yes, you can make ridiculously wibbly-wobbly hypertubes. But for the most part, you are just heading in a single straight direction, and the most problem in VR happens when you turn. So if you're moving straight in a single direction at a constant speed, you are fine. So this is what Pistol Whip does. Pistol Whip is like a rhythm game where you're shooting things to the beat. But you're constantly moving through the level in Pistol Whip. But because the speed that you're moving is constant, there's no motion issues. And the people who make Pistol Whip are actually a game studio of VR veterans who never got over motion sickness, which is, I find a bit amusing, because, you know, they make one of the best VR games around, but they specifically designed it to be an experience that people could play without having any motion sickness issues. So they were very careful in how they made the game. I'm wondering if we could put a heatsink in here and it would look okay. I mean, we could pull it back a little. I mean, it's really the bit at the bottom that is the fat bit. That's a lot of beams that are going to be mostly hidden. I do it like that, so there's a bit. Actually, I'd probably nudge that an odd number. Great, so it's not lined up with the top. I might need to chop the top off for it to be even. But even hypertube cannons in VR are fun, and again, because you were just shooting in a straight line, you're moving in one direction, so your brain is mostly okay with it, because it's like, yeah, this is fine. It's when you're suddenly changing direction or suddenly turning when you're not expecting it, that's when your brain goes, hang on a minute, what are you doing here? This is not good. Okay. What are we doing over this side? I was really hoping to have a train line come through here and go that way, because the place where we want to build the next factory is along this path a bit, here with lots of pure nodes. So if I scan for iron ore, let's have a look at the map. Ah, plug of war, there it is. There's all these pure nodes here. That's where I'm going to build the next factory, and there's a nice run from here through to there. So I was hoping to put the train line there, but I might need to actually run the train line. I mean, it's already coming up here. Maybe there's another path through that I can get the train line to get to that valley, because this little valley here is a little bit full of factory now. So if you specifically build a long corridor in the game with 3 doors at the end, you have to exit through the central one for men, fly through a hypertube, and then go through a teleporter. Training for lucid dreaming. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, this wall here is too close. This needs to come out a bit because this is too close to the machinery. I want this moved. Basically, I want another set of floors along here, which means we're really not going to get that train line anytime soon. Sorry. The other thing, Marius, is in VR, where you aim is separate from where you are looking. So if you're playing on a monitor, traditionally your camera is tied to where you are aiming, so you're always moving around like this. So VR is a lot more natural because your head is just looking where your head looks, and your aim with the controller is just aiming wherever you point with your hand. So it's a lot more direct interface to what your brain is thinking than using a mouse and keyboard, where the cursor on the screen is always in the center of the monitor, and that always changes where you're looking. So it can be quite different. So if you do have problems with, you know, a traditional first-person kind of monitor setup, you may find that a VR actually is easier in some respects. Okay, if we stick a massive pillar there, we might have to move that. I'm wondering if we want to move that vent over. I mean, that vent at that end was right up the end, wasn't it? Yes. Why is that lined up differently? Did I get this one wrong? I think that's right. That's in the middle. That's in the middle. That's not... It's not in the middle. Oh, that's right. The red isn't in the middle. The sides are. So the grey bars are in the middle. The red is forward a bit. That's better. I mean, this is still a very white wall. But you know what? I'm going to leave it. It's not a priority at the moment. From the dream hackers, the grief of a perfectionist is not in the middle. I haven't even changed the surface of the floor yet. I think I'm focusing on the walls. That's what I'm trying to get finished. Because resurfacing floors is pretty easy to do. Okay, this conveyor, we can easily reroute this to tuck under here more. No, not there. That frees up this corner. I'm getting some frame drops in this area, actually. It's a little jittery. Now this is an inside corner here, so if we're doing an inside corner here the same, again we'd do this kind of 3 on the inside. It's only going to leave us a space of 2 in the middle, so I'm just going to make this windows on this side, I think. I mean, it's a rock face, but it's a bit further away, so technically we will get some more natural light in this side if we put some windows in. Could theoretically put a little balcony out there as well if we wanted to, which might be nice. Okay. We got some fart rocks or poison trees or something up here, so I'm going to just switch to my pruning tool. I've got gas masks now, but let's get rid of those suckers. Any more around here? Hey, look, there's little stingers there. Aren't they cute? Oh, he's keen. Oh, that was a redeem, wasn't it? Thank you. Down, down. Bad stinger. This is where I punch my desk. Wow, he's dodgy, he is. A zero end. I mean, yeah, that was an appropriate time to do it. Where's Mummy and Daddy while the little guys are guiding the summer sleep, hey? It's always easier to copy a building if it's nearby than to pick it out of a menu. That's why some builders I've seen don't actually use any quick build menu at all. They just use the main build menu and then they just copy everything from that point onwards. I think if I put the window first, might look a bit odd because the pattern's going to be different, but put the window in before it gets too close to the rock face. Then we can put one of these here. Before we hit the major rock face. Pretty soon that alpha hog's going to be able to run into our roof. How are we doing for beams? This inventory was full of beams at the start. I've gone through about 2/3 of them. Maybe put one in there. Pretty much the only part of the wall there that's going to have enough room for them. I don't know if it's worth doing a blueprint for that higher one. And then if we do a half, like this is going to be a major corner here. prune. Okay, so we actually have a roofline top, which means we can put in... There's another stinger there. I think it's another baby one. Come back to find its family just decimated. So technically, we should have one of those stuck on the top here. Cool. Do I just whitewash the rest? I guess. I might do... You know, I might just do the full-size ones, actually. Hey, we got walls. Well, mostly. What is the mining hand tool called? It's called the hand miner. It just magically appears when you go up to a mining point. It's not really called anything, I don't think. I am out of pruning ammo. Okay, that's a nice view there, so we definitely want a window here. Okay. Then we have my old nemesis, the ceiling. I mean, this is pretty simple. I could do a more interesting roof line or top edge, but again, as I said, I'd like to get cracking on the next factory. Now, I did want to remove these walls and just bring this down to one set of heat sinks. So now that I've got a bit of inventory space back, might actually go thinner. I'll keep that thick there because that's kind of like a corner pillar of sorts. But that's probably a recessed. No, it's a half. Okay. Ah, fell off. Best ceiling as a glass foundation. Could do. It's funny, I was using the reverse. I was using glass roofs as foundations because I didn't realize the glass foundation was a thing for quite a while. And then I saw someone, it's like, their foundations look a bit thicker than mine. What are they using there? I didn't realize that there was actually a glass foundation. It's just not under the glass category. I don't know. Yeah, so I was using flat roofs as factory floors over my conveyors to show, and they still work pretty good. But the height, they're slightly different in height and capacities. Where if you go glass frame foundation, I don't think I even had it unlocked at the time. But yeah, this could do that as a roof. It's a pretty chunky roof. Okay, so that's a single grill there. I think that's a bit more balanced. It's not quite so gaudy this time. Do you need to do something with this up here? But we've got 4 walls on this one. 4 walls on this one. I think we're done for walls. Missed. I don't know if I really want the same style for this. Because this is sort of like raw materials processing. It's kind of a different wing. And it's less something you'd walk around as a tour. I could do the bunker style that I did for the smelters over there, but the problem with that is this is still very much a vertical factory, this one here. So maybe I do stick. No, I don't know if I want to stick with the white. Let's try the white. Yes, I don't want to put too much detail on the roof because when I expand this production to be more, everything's just going to be stacked blueprints on top, so things will get much bigger without getting much wider as such. Now I remember, I had half the ones there so that there was an actual indent in the wall. That's right. Why don't you fly an electric jetpack? Because the hover pack unlocks in phase 4 and we are still on phase 3. So we have not unlocked the hover pack yet. So that is why we are not using the hover pack. We don't have it. Which is why every now and again I go, gee, I wish I had a hover pack. It doesn't count, I was using an explanatory thing. Let's make this look a bit more intentional. The good old conveyor wall hole, the wall hole that won't attach to a foundation, so you have to attach it to a wall. But you can always then put it on a foundation without anything else on it, like that. And because I will know if it's not done, I will do the same on the inside. So again, I've left lots of space to walk around on the inside here. There's actually a Caterium node here that I'm not using at all. But theoretically, we could potentially chuck something down and use that later on. Okay. This might be a bit heavy, but I guess it is part of the factory. There's a factory wing, even if it's a smaller one. So let's just go with the similar style and see how it looks up here on the hill by itself. I guess this means I should put the steel lines down the side as well. 1, 2, how many we got across? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we could do a similar pattern to that. I'm tempted to do it without the red. It's probably easier to use this one and then delete the red out of it. Or maybe I should leave the red in it. That's technically high enough.
Future on VR just hit a 5-stream watch streak.
Hey,
That's
Future.
impressive dedication.
How's it going?
Cinco de Mayo? No, dos, apparently.
Hey Future, how's it going? These don't need quite as pretty windows, so I might actually change the window style up and go with sort of a metallic frame. Maybe we should go our old friend the honeycomb. I'm going pretty good. Today's been pretty productive. And we're slowly making progress on this architecture stuff. There is a certain satisfaction in seeing it kind of come together, even if it's a little bit repetitive and samey. But I'm quite happy with how this is going. I guess similar, we should do the half ones across. Did he tell you he did an awesome Synthrider stream yesterday? No, he didn't. I've been umming and ahhing about doing Synthrider's stream sometime for something different. It would be a very different stream. And I'd have to and ah about whether I'd actually want a camera or whether I'd use a camera tracked avatar, or how would I do it? I would move my streaming laptop out into the family room where I have room to flail. One day, I am quite keen to do it one day. But no immediate plans. Just got a Vive VR set in the mail today with 2 Gen 1 lighthouses, 2 Vive ones. Wow, that is old school. I think it's compatible with very low resolution for £75. Cool, I guess. Are you going to be testing this mod with it? Because we used to have someone who would actually test it with the Vive. In fact, Allmine, one of the original other people who started working on the VR mod, he was working with a Vive, the poor chap. So technically this mod should completely work with the Vive. It is made to work with the Vive and the basic ones. Room to flail. Yes. So yeah, the buttons, while the buttons are super handy and useful, you can just use the menus. This is why the menus were originally created like this, is so that if all you had were the wands with their dodgy touchpads, you could still aim at all the menu options here and do it. So with a bit of patience, you could play this mod with a Vive. I see, I did the half there like that. Actually, this is the back of it. I'm not too fussed. Am I fussed? Yeah, it's also an exposed back, so let's go with the half. Probably the similar pattern at the back, because it's going to be... I mean, we could actually cut this in and make a feature of the miner. Maybe I'll come back later and do that. I'm sure I'll come back later, right? When I have my copious amounts of free time. The quality of miner enclosures and the prettiness of miners is definitely something that I have not done a lot of well in this particular playthrough. I have much fancier miners in other playthroughs, and we have run out of beams yet again. These things just devour the beams. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's 4. So we do the narrow one And the windows, perhaps? So in the olden days, we would have got a train and loaded the train up with supplies and beams and just kept our entire supply train on hand. Back before we had these fancy schmancy depots that autofill. Yeah, we are out of beams. Okay, let's go for a jaunt back to the space elevator and grab another inventory load of beams. See, boring miners, no enclosures. Through the mist. I did see in 1.2 there is actually a slider for how thick the mist is. Because I like the mist, but it is a bit thick sometimes. So in 1.2 I might try like a 50% mist setting. Overshot. How are we for concrete? Hey, the concrete supply is filled up again, that's useful. Let's grab some more of that. Maybe a couple more. And good old steel beams. It has not recovered yet. Take all. Sure, that'll do for now. Yeah. This is a different zip line, this one. And it goes in the right general direction. And these guys always take pot shots at me. I don't think they've hit me yet. Here goes the shot. Although they are persistent, they will keep on firing. There goes another shot. And another shot. They're still shooting at me. Yeah, so this bit here is actually going to stick out the top, so it's kind of, I guess, a poster child for the rest of the factory. So maybe we should keep the same pizzazz for this. We have 3,000 beams. That should last us a little bit.
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements.
Whoa.
Smirkin 5000 is leading a force of 49 viewers. Thanks for the raid,
49
Smirkin
raiders.
5000,
Welcome, raiders.
and welcome everyone to the channel.
How you going? Smirkin the Guru and his students have arrived. Hello, hello, welcome, raiders. How was your stream? Were you playing some Satisfactory, I assume? The factory must grow. So, as you can see, we are playing Satisfactory, but we are not playing it the traditional way here on this channel. We are playing Satisfactory in VR. I have hands. I can do things with my hands. It's mostly cosmetic, but we do have full VR controls here, including radial menus here, to make life much easier to build big factories in VR. Doing great, thanks. Been working on training in more resources for cooling systems. Ah, cool, cool. I'm still on phase 3. but I'm getting closer. Like phase 4 is around the corner. I've finished my modular. Well, this is the Modular Engines factory here. And then I have a pretty simple plan to get adaptive control systems going, which you only need. If you look at the phase 3 objectives there, you only need 100 adaptive control units there for phase 3. So pretty soon I'll be getting into the aluminium and all the other fun stuff, which I have been on in phase 3 for too long. And phase 4, at the rate I'm going at here, phase 4 is going to take a very long time to get through. It is a fun phase though. So narrow vent should be able to fit in here. So today we're working on cosmetics. The factory is fully functional. We are working on trying to make walls that are a little bit interesting and not too boring. I am still a bit of an amateur at architecture, so this is a bit experimental at the moment. Taking your time for sure, yeah. But it's a good game to take your time in. So this is the factory. So this section up here is resource processing. As you can see, there's not a lot of machines to this particular factory. We've got 6 foundries here. We have 2 making copper from copper alloys, 2 making iron from iron alloys, and 2 making steel. And that's all the resources that we're using for this factory. We're bringing coal up from below. I haven't put a door in here yet, so that is something I will have to do. I tend to break a hole later for doors. So here's all the resources here. So this is the first production wing of the factory down here. And again, this is all using different blueprints. So this is just a generic constructor vertical manifold. So these are making copper sheets. Over there, we're making steel beams. Then this blueprint here is like these 2 together make smart plates. So this first one here, you can see the rivers of screws there. This is making rotors and reinforced plates. I think it's using the bolted plate recipe while all the screws are going anywhere. And all these assemblers are just churning out smart plates. And then those smart plates come through to the second wing. Actually, the smart plates go all the way around to the third wing. But as you see, we have other resources come through here. Copper sheets, steel and steel beams. Actually, I could have just stolen steel beams from the factory here. So this wing here, we haven't sort of tidied up the flooring yet. Again, this is using blueprints. So this first blueprint and the other one together are making motors using the rigger motor recipe. So this first blueprint here is making stators and rotors, and then this blueprint is just manufacture manifolds. It is making the motors using the rigger motor recipe. From the latest patch notes, the vertical splitters mergers have had a change. Yes, I was avidly reading the 1.2 patch notes, and praise be, well, I haven't tested it yet because I'm still on 1.1 because mods aren't ready for 1.2, but according to the patch notes, these vertical splitters and mergers will be a lot less buggy. I haven't tested them, so I hope what the patch notes say is true. There were several bullet points around them, but I haven't tried them yet, so there were just so many bugs with these. It's been a real challenge to get vertical manifolds going. So I kind of learnt some techniques to get around it, which is why we have like holes up here to connect the 2 together, because you couldn't connect a splitter directly to a splitter or vice versa. I don't know if that particular problem is fixed, but I'm hoping it'll be a lot more improved. Are you playing on 1.2 yet, Smokin'? Or are you still on 1.1 as well? So this wing here is just the manufacturers churning out modular engines. So I forgot to mention the rigger motors are also getting crystal oscillators in by train. We're also getting rubber in by train, so they're made at other factories.
Propaganda broadcast detected. Please
you
seek
got
shelter.
run, Ben's calling? No problem. Still 1.1. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much for the raid. Have a good rest of the weekend, and thanks. And we'll try and keep the rest of your watchers entertained for a bit as I run around in VR in my factory. Catch you later. I've got to figure out how to have a transport method to get from this wing up to the other one as well. I am usually the hypertube man, but I've kind of been resisting hypertubes for general transport between factory floors. It used to be that hypertubes were your lifts between factories, and it would actually be really trivial to just have a hypertube run up here and through the wall there, and we'd be there. We could do an elevator, although it seems a bit of a waste to have a fancy elevator just up to resources. We could do a staircase. Of course, it's not going to put it in the right level. There used to be a part that was like a spiral staircase that would fit in that kind of space, and everybody hated it, and then they took it out of the game, and then everybody complained. Okay, not everybody complained. Some people complained. Actually, no, I'll just copy that. I haven't actually tried this, so I don't know how well this will work. Come on, rotate the right way, please. So really we should just have two. That's not two. Maybe we should have blueprinted one of these as an internal staircase. Okay, now where do we go from here? Because we could just go up from there, perhaps. There might not quite be enough room. Actually, there should be enough room. Oops. Stairway to heaven. It's still a stairway to ore processing. Which means we really should bring this part of the factory wider. Oh.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
That happened just after the raid. I think that's why I didn't notice it. Okay. Oh, I'm going to take a little bit of a stretch break while Twitch runs some ads. So I'll be AFK for a few minutes and I will be back shortly. Where's my buttons? There it is. Just going to have a drink. Soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. My mic is turned on again. How are we all going? We are making some factories in VR here tonight. We are working on our Modular Engines project parts factory. And we are doing some architecture, of which we have walls for most of the buildings. You know, I kind of like that bay window down there. Maybe I should do one up here to sort of break this a bit. But right now, I need to figure out where this entrance is going to take us. So maybe we move this wall over by one, just to make room for an entrance. Hello, Bean. Can you move out of the way, please? You're blocking the paths, dude. Again, restarted 1.2, decided that I should be an advanced pioneer by now. Start in the Dune Desert with random nodes. There's a lot of nodes in the Dune Desert. You should have a lot of everything there, unless you rolled really, really badly. So how did you roll? I mean, the Dune Desert... the hardest thing about the Dune Desert is, it's not even that hard. Okay, we are 1 meter out here. That's not very useful. And that bean is right in the way. Now we're 2 meters out. Can you move, sir? Here's my prodding stick. Oi! Shoot! Shoot! That should theoretically be level now. Okay, it's 1 meter too close that way, which is going to be annoying. Means this side here is going to... probably have to go like this. So this will be slightly narrow walkway here, but this is more of an access walkway. In fact, I might use the same door as the access panels rather than a fancy door. That bean did not move very far, did it? Excuse me, sir. Move. Come on, move. Just jump over them. You're nimble. 500 meters away from each other, and have I mentioned the dunes? Yeah. It is, but you can just build a level above the dunes and just pave it over with different levels at the tops of each dunes. And then you have sort of cabins under your platform where you can run logistics. I quite like the Dune Desert, although my factories there weren't particularly huge. Although I did do a co-op playthrough. I was playing with Croy and Relax, and we were kind of doing an all in the desert type build. That was, I think we finished phase 3, or we got close to phase 3, so we didn't get too far into it. Only a couple of 100 hours. All three of us were sort of building different things and different styles out in the desert. It's pretty cool. And there is actually quite a lot of plant life for the early phase for your burners. Oh, come on, Bean. Really? Come on. I'm trying to build here. Come on. Yeah, he's stuck. He's stuck on something. Actually, I think I might have a new bean moving technique. Let me give it a go. It's not going to be cruel. I think it's stuck on its leg, actually. It didn't move it. These don't do a lot of damage. They just... I don't know what it's stuck on. Oh, that got me. He ain't moving, I don't think. Okay, what we can do is we can go out of range so he despawns. And then when we come back, he should respawn. Some spiders somewhere that I continuously hear and have only the basher. There are very few spiders in the Dune Desert. There's a couple in caves. And that's it. There's none on the surface, I don't think. There's lots of spitters and lots of hogs. But very few stingers. There's nuclear hogs up on the cliff. Okay, just copper sheets. I'll come back later. I'm just trying to get away and I'm scouting. Because I did say there was an area here with lots of pure nodes. Oh, that's scanning for sulfur. That's not what I want to scan for. Just me going off on a tangent. There. Or is it there? I'm pretty sure it's those there. So I need to get a train line there. So the train line is there. So I could branch off here and come up this way, I think. Actually, my desk is a little close for me. Oh, and I slipped off. Okay, this is just slippery. So I should be able to just get a train line and take it up that way. That should work fine. Although that will mean that to get to it, you'll have to go through the heavy modular frames factory because the mainline loop goes up here. So unless I make this a two-way rail, I could actually make this a little short two-way rail. And I think there would be not enough traffic for it to be a problem. Has that been gone? I can't see it over there, so hopefully he's respawned. Did not miss the biomass burners, but was surprised to see you can belt load them now. Yes, yeah, oh, you haven't played in a while if you haven't seen the biomass, belt loaded biomass burners. That makes a huge difference to the early game. Makes it a lot less painful. And we will not have a bean, hooray! I think I'll just do that. Yeah. Okay, so now we can properly put that corner bit on. One entry hatch, and we've fallen down the hole. By the time they were introducing 1.0 or something like that, I was way past coal. Never made another one. Okay. Yeah, I guess I've done a whole pile of early game restarts as part of mod testing. And I guess this playthrough itself, I actually didn't start this playthrough until after 1.1 landed, I think it was. Now, I'd like that hole to be filled, but we will have the dreaded Z buffering. And last time we built a nifty little blueprint to give us a 1mm height shift. So I could rebuild these using that offset 1mm higher to fix the Z buffering. But I'm going to, I think, experiment with a -1mm offset if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so 1mm offset blueprint. So this is the magic offset here. So if you snap a foundation to this top road barrier and then you nudge it down, it will be 1mm higher than everything else. And I can prove this to you now. Let's see if I can. Let's see if this works. By going like this and then up to there, and you can see it is 1.001 meters. Now this saying 1.001 meters, I fixed this just after releasing Alpha 5. So if you've got the latest update, which I released today, it doesn't have that accuracy fix in it. So you're gonna have to you're gonna have to come back later. It will be in the final release, which hopefully won't be too far away though. Okay, so to get a minus of that, you basically do the opposite. Let's see if I can get this right. You basically get that blueprint and snap it to the top, and then this one here should be, if I've got it right, -1 because of the distance. But let's test it. So now if I get my ruler out, that's 1.99, which is 1 under. So that should be 0.99, unless it's rounded. It's possibly rounded. Do I trust it? I mean, we could test it. Because basically what we did, actually, if I do it right on top of that one, I reckon it might have worked, but I think this might be rounding. Maybe. Drop the entire factory 1mm. Nudge. -1. I mean, it's actually 1.25. I think it's millimeters. I think that's the right unit. Let's try it. Didn't actually select it. I need a new category for these. Let's add a subcategory. Can I drag that subcategory? Off. Oops. Clear. Ah, I can drag it. Or can I? Oops. Get back there. No, 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 no. Architecture. I can't drag it up high. Can I collapse these? No. Wow, this is really exciting stuff, isn't it? Yeah, second category is fine. What happened to its name? I gave it a name. Nudge. It is still there, right? Yes, it is still there. -1 millimeter. Save. It looked like everything jitters when you look around or move. I don't see anything jittering. Oh, when I was in the user interface, was it jittering? Okay, let's try this. Moment of truth. No. Blueprints. Architecture. Nudge -1 millimeter. Now let's paint it a different color. That's a really dark chrome. That looks pretty non-Z fighty. I think it is actually working. I should be able to zoom this all the way along, and it should all be tucked in under. That is not tucked in under. What? Ah, that might have snapped to. Well, there's proof. That snapped to here, I think, rather than there, and that's why that went terribly bad. Did I snap it to the right thing this time? Whoa, spinning around like a record player. There we go. Nice clean line. The -1 blueprint is a success. Thank you, but you know, I saw it on YouTube. There's a channel called Doug and Nova, I think, and he's been doing some videos on these micro nudges. But yeah, it is clever stuff, and full credit to them for figuring it out. That's around the wrong way, but basically, once the actual nudge is 1.25 millimeters. And in their latest video, they showed how using that, you can then, that didn't snap to the right thing. Using that, you can then make blueprints for 2.5 mils and 10 mils by stacking them up, which I will have to do sometime. Okay, there we go, nice and clean. Might as well go along the back as well. So it snapped to there. I'm just going to snap any old shape just to get the height over here correct. Then rotate that way. Did that snap to the right one? Yes, good. No, it is a half foundation just because it tucks under this one. So if it was a full foundation, it would stick out the other side. So a full foundation would actually cut through and stick out here. But I actually wanted it half, just so it tucks under that, and that way this at the front here can have some finishing on it like this. And this is Z fighting, so we could do a similar thing here. But that is super minor, so I don't think I'm going to bother with that. It does stick. Look at the previous wall. You mean this side? I mean, there was one there that I initially had the wrong way, but it was just a placeholder to get the height right. So I rebuilt it with a half. So you can see the half wall just comes in here, so there's nothing sticking out this side. Okay, so let's now paint the rest of the floor with a nice material. Actually, let's go over here and change our coated concrete to default to the chrome finish. And then let's paint everything coated concrete. And that is not showing the right finish. There it is. That's interesting. The preview doesn't show it. The metallic finishes all look very dark when painted on concrete, but the chrome one is slightly lighter than the others. But I've used the carbon steel on this floor surface before, and it looks really nice and dark. And now we need this one here. Let's nudge this across to get a position reference. Snap. That across, so that should go under. Yep. Okay, now we just need some red vents over this side. I think we might have to blow up that tree. Hey, I found the bean. Isn't he so majestic? Oh, they love rooftops. I wonder if I can take a photo of him. Hang on. Smile for the camera, Bean. It's turning his back on me. Oi! Okay, let's delete that. Okay, so we've got this not quite capped off. Oh, that's right, these are coming up slightly too high. Okay. I mean, maybe we do want the back here to be higher than the front just because it's got to interface more with that. Although, is that going to clash with our staircase there? Yep, it is. Okay, not doing that. So what you were talking about implementing camera in VR, I think. Oh, okay, yes, there is camera mode support with the detached camera. Yep, which is quite handy. Doesn't quite give you the full power of showing you what it will capture, because that's kind of a 2D screen thing, but it still uses the same capture mechanisms, so you will get a full high-def picture out the other side. This roof's probably one of the more complicated, so I might start with this one over here. This is probably the easiest, because it's flat and there's no other parts to it yet. How do we want to do this roof? We're just going to have slabs? Or do we want actual roof pieces? We could have ramps with holes with slats in it. Actually, no, before I do this, I might actually do the train station, because the train station I want to make similar to the train station from the computer factory. And it has a very similar design to all this. Is that just a cop-out? Am I just trying to avoid the roof? Look at him up there. I mean, really, we could just fill this in with stuff. We don't even really need a fancy roof. We could just slab concrete down here. Or, as someone suggested, we could use... we could use the glass things. Oh, I'm on dark at the moment. Dark roof might be interesting. Just realised that should probably all be half a slab off if it's going to line up with this slab. Missed it by that much. You don't want that on the end. We should be able to chuck a 2 meter up corner in here like that. Hey! Who did that? Trying to wake up the audience? Okay, so who's awake now? You reckon just glass frames? It's an interesting idea. I could put some slats in here, but I'd really want a border, I think, as well. But I can always put some beams in as a border. So that's probably too big. Oh, actually, no, that's not too bad. It's a bit wide. That's too wide. 2x4? Aha! That's a 1x4, it's a 2x1. That's weird how it doesn't quite snap correctly. I think it's not asymmetrical, so if I rotate it, it might snap. Yes. Now, normally I'd paint these like a silver or something, but given that the rest is white, we've got a black border there, I might leave those as white. And then let's just get a small metal pillar. Bit of a solid border around the edge. Maybe I should put a the thing I haven't unlocked yet. the what are they called? Jump pads? When I have a beam roof problem in the past, I have found that jump pads is useful to help reduce your beam problem. Okay, this is a pretty simple roof. So when I inevitably have to come back here and tear it off to make the factory taller, it won't be too hard to tear down. I won't lose any sleep or cry over it. And maybe I can build a new exciting roof once the next roof is on. If that ever happens, we'll see. It's good enough such that if I never expand this factory, it's still got a little bit of interest to it. Not quite your bog standard boring roof. Yeah, I think that's pretty suited to the style of the building. It's a bit more solid than your standard roof pieces. Now on the inside, a bunch of machines with pillars on their blueprints. We can now he doesn't like building over the little pylon. That went too far, and I can't get that top one. I'll have to go on the roof to get that one. So just adding 3 onto these is actually taking it up to rest on the roof. So that's pretty cool. Doesn't quite look like it's a perfect fit, but it is. Can't see through the smoke. Oh, that went through the roof. Oops, wrong button. And I could have beams across the top. So I could have something like this. That would be a chunker beam, but it would give it a bit more support. come out from that center point, I'll actually have enough range to reach to both sides. I could run it the other way as well, but I don't think it's necessary. I think running them along like that is fine. That gives it a bit more chonk. Okay, cool. How do I get up there? I need a ladder. A lift is way overkill to get to the roof. That's what ladders are for. Don't actually hate those sticking out. That's got to go though. But there was another one. Apparently not. Although that... Yeah, if I delete that, there's going to be a gap there. I could nudge them back a little bit. How is that one sticking out but the others are not? That's interesting. Maybe they have gone too far. Although it could be that the blueprints on that side. This one's gone way forward. I think it's specifically the blueprint on this side is probably it actually. Let's have a peek under the bonnet. Ah, yes, okay. So all I really need to do is do that. Oh, pardon me. Help. I realise I haven't redone the floor on that one yet, and I haven't done these pillars all the way up yet. That's a reasonable roof. And that'll give some pretty wicked lighting effects when the sun is high in the sky, or maybe at night time, perhaps. Okay, now this building, technically the roof can be lower. And this beam is inside the building. One more. I need to rotate. That one we did the full width down there, but I think I might still do the half width on the top. Got some holes. I'll fill them in later. So that's the roof line for this building, which overlaps with this one. Let's start from over here. I make 2 of them then. Okay, I've got to figure out what to do in the corner there. Given we're talking 2 roofs overlapping a little here, but we can do at least the perimeter of the glass, chunkin glass. This is a narrower building. Oh yeah, this is half the width, this building. It's only 2 manufacturers wide. Rodeo Y2 says VR in Satisfactory. It is indeed VR in Satisfactory, or Satisfactory in VR as it is otherwise known. It is a mod.
Rodiad just followed you.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Rodeo YT, welcome, welcome. Yes, Satisfactory in VR is amazing. If you've got a VR headset and you've got a decently performant computer, I highly recommend giving it a go. I am the mod author of the VR mods, so I can answer any questions you might have. There are a couple of other people who do stream Satisfactory in VR as well, though, so it's not me hogging the limelight or anything. Some of those people are in this channel right now. I might just fill this in with concrete. Maybe. Yes, I did make the mod myself. It took me a long time to do. I started at the start of 2014, and I released the version 1.0 was released. Sorry, 2024, not 2014. Satisfactory wasn't around then. 2024. Thank you for the correction voice in my head. Otherwise, that would have been really impressive. Yes, took me about 18 months to get the version 1.0 out the door. And I've been doing additional updates to the mod ever since, so more minor updates. But it is a complete VR implementation, so we have moving hands, we have wrist menus here, so on the left here you've got sort of informational services such as your map and your HUD and photo mode. You can either pick your equipment here, or there's a radial menu that you can pick your equipment here, so there's kind of 2 ways to access a lot of information. Similarly, the build menu you can have on the side wrist here. This is like your hotkey build menu setup, or you can also access it via a radial menu over here as well. So there's a few different controls, plus there's actions here. So while you can press a button, and you'll see I press a lot of buttons, so I won't be using this menu much. But if you do prefer, like if you get, say, how do I turn my flashlight on and off again? You can kind of do it through the menu here as well. It's amazing the game is still popular and has a lot of VR users. It does. The mod download for version 1.0.3 hit 2,200 downloads just recently. which is pretty decent, although it has been out a couple of months. I really should release the next version, but we usually get a good 2,000 odd downloads for each version that I release. What am I doing? I'm looking for roof blueprints. 2x4 I think was the best fit. Yeah, that's a pretty good fit. You get to point the flashlight where you want. So the flashlight is attached to your helmet. It was originally attached to your hand, but actually in the game it is attached to the Pioneer's helmet. So I switched it so that it follows your helmet. So it's pretty dark. I mean, it's pretty light here at the moment, but you can see the flashlight is following where I look here at the moment. Now, if I do this at blueprint again, it's going to be too long, is it? No, it's not. Okay, that's good. This building, I think, is narrower but longer
Incoming
than the other one over
propaganda
there.
broadcast detected. Please
Dean
seek
is going to
shelter.
get trapped in here. I wonder if he's going to spawn on the roof next time. 2x1. 1x4? Oh, this was the weird one. Okay, as long as you have it facing the same direction, it does snap. What will a 4x1 do here? It will be too wide. Okay, 2x1 fits nicely. And then a 1x1. And another 1x1. There we go. Okay. This is a bit of a sticky outy corner. I might do something to chop that off. We don't need it to stick out that far here. I mean, I could just leave it like that, actually. So we have to write this 18,000 downloads. Is that total? Is that indie vid? I haven't looked at the total downloads. Okay, I am going to take a short break because Twitch wants me to run some ads and watch. I don't have a lot of choice in this, so I take the opportunity to take a break, have a bit of a stretch, and get myself a drink to stay hydrated. That bean is still standing up there watching me. He's being persistent. Russ is going. Good night, Russ. Thanks for hanging out. Been great watching your stream again, so relaxing. Thanks, Tortimer. I'm afraid I have to go now. Best wishes to you and Ren. No problems. Thank you very much. Good to see you back, White Beardy. Hopefully, don't be a stranger now. You know where to find us. Okay, I will be back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are in the east edge, or the west edge? East edge of the northern forest, which is kind of that direction. We are on the edge of the Titan forest there, and we are making modular engines. And more specifically, modular engines factory is done. We're working on some architecture to make it look like it's actually a building. So we're up to doing roofs. Not that we've finished everything internally yet, but at the moment, taking a bit of break from the flooring and logistics and stuff to put some basic roofing on. It's a little bit non-planed. We're putting a little bit of detail here, but these factories are designed using a lot of blueprints, and if we want to expand their capacity later on, basically we can stack the blueprints vertically. So to make this factory bigger, we basically chop the roof off, build the factory up even higher, and more walls and roofs, and then we'd need to put the roof back on again. So I'm not going to spend too much time putting a huge amount of detail into the roof, but I do want it to look a little snazzy and a little presentable. And part of my goals for this playthrough is to actually pay a bit more attention to the architecture rather than just leaving things as floating platforms. Nothing wrong with floating platforms, it's just I've played this game quite a few times. That said, I've not actually finished Phase 5, largely because I'd done Phase 4 so many times, and I was working heavily on the mod when 1.0 actually released. So I've done some of Phase 5 on several playthroughs, I just haven't finished it yet. So I decided, rather than finish a game that I've been playing for so long, I want to start from the beginning, and because it's a new playthrough and I'm doing it all in VR this time, I'm going to take my time, touch grass in-game, and take a bit of time with the detail. Because of that, we're still on bloody Phase 3 after nearly a year, I think. Not quite a year, but it has been a while. Oops, no, that's going too far. We are almost at Phase 4. We will get fun things like aluminium factories and fluid loops. Azuren's waiting for me to mention hover packs again. Happy now? Oh, this one doesn't line up perfectly. Okay. So as you can see, a lot of these blueprints, they're all set up to be vertical manifolds. So when we do want to expand the factory, we basically come along. Not this one. This one has details under it, but I've got a similar blueprint to this one that's designed to stack on top of this one to build vertically. So this factory is already pretty tall, so we could double the size of it without making the factory too much higher, perhaps. Some of the other factories are going to get quite tall when we build them up, though. Actually, like this one. So yeah, if I copy this, you can see rotate it which way. No, that's not right. Or is that right? No, that's the other way around. Okay, it does go like this. So we get our blueprint, nudge it down, snap it on, and therefore we've doubled our throughput. After you connect belts and stuff together, of course. I probably aren't going to connect those lower levels all the way to the roof. Maybe these double constructors I will. Oops. I'm gonna run out of fuel. That one's fine. This is angled, so if I go further than that, it's actually going to stick out of the angle, which is going to be annoying. Oh, okay, there's a hole there. One I don't think will stick out. Maybe it will. Okay. No, bugger! Wow, I didn't hold delete down that quickly, that long, did I? When's my last quick save? Oh, and just like that, the factory's gone. What's the time? The time is 10:06. Last saved 6 minutes ago. Ooh, that's a lot of roof to redo. Okay, well, I guess I get to show you how to rebuild a blueprint factory. So these lifts are all vertical splitter and merger bugged lifts, which are supposedly fixed in 1.2 now. Finally, hallelujah. Oops, that one I wanted to stay there. No, that was part of the blueprint. So let's try this again, shall we? Rebuild the factory. How long will that take? Less than 6 minutes, I can tell you that. This is making motors. This is the Rigger Motors pre-factory. This comes this way around. That looks pretty lined up. lined up with the poles. That's a pretty good indication. Now, another bug in 1.1 is you can't connect from a hole into a vertical splitter or merger. You have to go from the merger down to the hole. And these are splitters in this case. Nope, other way around. I wonder if they fix the orientation bug as well. That would be nice. I probably have a very full inventory of crap from what was in these machines as well. Now, did I put a power connector close to the ground? Yes, I did. Okay, so theoretically there should be power under here, waiting for a connection. And everything should spring back into life. There, that was less than 6 minutes, right? It was certainly easier than having to rebuild all those pillars and roofing bits over and over again. Accidentally deleted something here. Yeah, I held the delete just that smidge too long, and the whole blueprint was gone. Green lights, green lights, green lights. This is the painful part, is making sure you've actually connected everything. So there's 4 inputs. We have the copper ingots, the steel ingots, the steel beams, and the copper sheets, and then we have 2 outputs, which will take a while to get through because stage 1 has to build and then it has to go to stage 2, and it'll take time. These are starting to kick in. Green lights all round at least. And because we had the floor holes here, all the logistics is already wired up underneath, so that should just work. While we're standing around, let's shiny up this floor, buff it a bit. I saw something go down there. I missed some concrete over there though. I want to see something come down from there, go all the way down as well. So there's stators from there. Stators from above. That's working. How about this one? What's this one doing? Doing something slowly. Rotors, okay. These are blue as well. That's because they're from an older blueprint. All the new bits are red. There they go. Oh, it's chunks of rotors at a time. Okay, it's fixed. Okay, so a bit of flooring. Did I see some flooring down here? It'll be interesting when the Steam Frame releases, having extra buttons on the controllers. There's a few things that don't have buttons left at the moment, like you can't go straight into paint mode with just a button press at the moment. So it will be useful for Steam Frame users to have a quick way of doing, probably paint mode will probably be one of the extra buttons. Here we go. I think this floor's all done now. There's a few bits of... Oh, there's a gap there as well. A few bits of foliage here, so that's pulling out the pruning tool. Whoa, tough plant. Ah, it's a tall one. Can you get that one from here? There's a bit of floor there I missed too, damn it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, these are sticking out a bit. Why is that one higher? Oh, that's the fat one, that's why. That is actually up too high. That whole beam is wrong. This side doesn't have a beam. Okay, I missed a bit. Okay, that's got to go. I'll see if I can make them fit better on the inside, but if they stick out on the roof a little bit, it's fine. You can call it a feature. My fault for having fancy slopes here. Okay. Okay, those were already sticking out at that length, so I think if I do that, they are going to stick out a little bit, but at least now they're all going to stick out the same amount. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's 2 of the 3 wings done. I do need to redo these power connectors at some stage. So this wing was complicated because we've got this stairwell as part of this that's going to come higher than the main part of the roof. But what I can do is I can build the rest of the roof. Hey! Been on a train. Really? There's a very determined boar way below me, determined to have a go at me. He is very optimistic. Actually, he might be above me. He might be trying to charge off the cliff at me. In which case, he actually does have a chance. Okay, so we're probably going to have to carve this part of the roof across to here. Means we have 3 spaces wide against which are, so I think, the same as that one. So we can do the same kind of pattern with the slats. Uh, 2x4 is going to be too long, isn't it? It's only long by 1, actually. We could do that and then just trim it. Maybe I should do this one here while I'm at it. That was not the right spot. I think we just straight up here want another wall up. That actually fits nicely. Just enough room for the staircase. Now this has got to come sort of out of this, which means we kind of need this to be out across a wall point. As it's crossing a threshold, so kind of there. Maybe? No, I said this wasn't a nice fit, and it's not. Can't move that. That's set, and the wall blocks it, so that's actually good. Now, this bit fits perfectly. It's this bit here. Unless we come across here. Can we copy the wall? It's the door down here. Nope. Actually, the one up here. Copy that one. Because this is a service entrance, so it's not a fancy door. In fact, it can come forward a bit too, so it could be there. Or we could even bring it forward another one. Because it's better to have a bit of flat either side of the door. I think we need to chop the top of this off. We were thinking of that anyway. Where's the other one? The other one goes all the way to the top. Okay, that one can stay full size across there. What we do with the rest of the wall, I don't know. Got windows. There is a nice view out the back here. See, I didn't build that there because I want to tidy the power up before I block it off with concrete. Put fat pillars either side of that. Ooh, that all the way across. That's pretty cool. That looks a lot more stable now. I think I'm going to get creative with beams over here and pillars. So if we want to go down from here to freeform, let's get it straight at least. Something like that. And the same over here. Lego again. That made me jump. Or at least it woke me up. Came back and chose violence. As opposed to the violence of power going out. I think I kind of like the black to make this kind of more like the roof line, even though it's kind of wall-y. Wall-y! Have that under control. Well, the good thing about the power outage ones is it makes quite a few other people in the chat suddenly panic. It's good for triggering the whole family. I do think that the power outage has a higher trauma rating for many people than the Stinger attack. Okay, one creative diagonal wall of concrete slabs. I mean, there are concretes at that angle. I think this is about the right angle. Maybe I could have just done this with these. Actually, could I? No, okay. Yeah, so it is steeper than that. That's as steep as you can get with that. To go any steeper than that, you need to use the walls. So the 8-meter walls, probably close to what I've got here. Ooh, very close. But that's just a wall. And we want something a bit more solid, so a bit of pillar magic. That one I might just put in here like this. Oh, Z fighting. Not that anyone's going to be up on here on the roof to look at the Z fighting, so. Okay, so we now have a top wall for this section. We still need a kind of a rise over the logistics here. But we do kind of have a top section here. Maybe I'll just go with traditional glass roof over the top here. Let's just do one of these around. Let's just whack. I mean, we could do a... do we need a cap on this? Actually, we can just do a beam across type cap. We don't need a real cap. Architecture. Outer corner. Do we want really steep? Not that 4 meters is really steep. I mean, that is actually pretty steep. What's the time? Down there, 20 to 11. No, don't run an ad. Did I hit the wrong button? No! Damn it!
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
I hit the ad button accidentally. Guess I'm taking a break. Maybe it is time to take a break. Okay. A little early, but I'm going to take a break apparently. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Oh, I should probably get a drink as well. Back soon. Yes, competent streamer indeed. Sorry about that. I blame Meta, actually. Their new multitasking dashboard. So here I have the game in front of me, and when I turn around here, I have in floating browsers the Twitch control panel and my OBS control panel. And so I can switch focus between them pretty easily, but when I'm in the game focus and I mouse over, well, pointer over the Twitch control, it doesn't show the aim pointer, but it does show what it's highlighting, and you need to click to switch the focus to switch to the mode where you can actually interact with the dashboard. And when I click to gain focus, I just happen to be over the run ad break button. Whoops. Sorry about that, but that's fine, because like it was coming up in 15 minutes, and I was wondering whether to delay it or not, because I want to go for about another half an hour, and I didn't want to have like a break and then just come back for 10 minutes. So now I've got like a whole hour I can go. Who needs sleep? Yes, noob streamer. Yes, I know I need sleep, but okay, so if I do this across here, it will also... that's a bit bouncy. Will help fix that seam there. Pardon me. Oof. That's probably fine. I mean, this is an access hatch for maintenance workers, so don't need to be too fancy here. That's pretty good, actually. They got a little sort of atrium, sort of greenhouse kind of section here, and then you've got the rest of the factory down here. So if I come all the way down, how's it look? Yeah, okay. Now that is very white, with the stuff going up and down it. I could change the color or texture of the one behind it. Oops, not that. There's a bit of a gap there. Okay. That gives it a bit more. Like really, I want to like move these white walls ever so slightly out, and then put something a bit more solid along the sides, maybe even a backlight to it. Was that the chrome finish? That was the chrome finish. But at least now it draws the eye a bit more. How am I going to get extra foundations in there? Probably going to come screaming out the top and clip. Hey, it didn't clip. Or did it? Actually, it's the perfect, not quite height, not quite perfect. It is 1 meter too high. I wonder if these could be half walls. I think they could. Hey, they are half walls. Okay, maybe not. That's a bit better. Okay, now we're going to just slab over this, I think. No, we're not going to leave it like that. You know, I didn't think I'd be a fan of this conveyor wall hole anywhere thing when it was first announced. Like, you can't see through it. It's a black void. That's terrible, isn't it? But you know what? Splitters and mergers have black voids as well. You can't see inside them. So I've actually kind of come to use them quite a lot. Where did that go? That's not where I wanted it to. Okay, so an access walkway. That's right, I came down here to put holes on this side. What's that lining up with? There we go. Okay, so that there. I need a half foundation to fill that hole. So let's go, and let's just go straight to the shiny one. Coated concrete, half foundation, 4 meters. No windows or anything to here to fiddle around with offsets. And there's no gap along there because we decided to use a full width. Ah, no, not that one. Actually need to make it coated. Here we go. Okay. Tree is bugging me coming in through the window. I think we need a little explosive pruning is in order. It's a nice tree, but we'll keep that one. That one looks good, and it's directly outside the window. But you know, these fart rocks are messing up my view. Whoops. Oh, that was a random side effect tree detonation. That's a bit cleaner. Okay. I feel we kind of need a bit of a thingy alongside these. I'm sure you know exactly what I mean. Thing is, we can make that match up exactly. Sure, do it from the corner, I don't mind. Because we have the power of nudge on our side. This one, maybe I'm running it down the side here. That's going to be less exact. Yes, that's definitely going to be less exact. But if I mirror this side... That did line up. Now delete those. If I just get a beam in default mode, it should... No, it's not going to scoot out straight. Ah, because it doesn't scoot out straight from a pillar, but it does from another beam. So, actually, what we then need to do is we do We do one like this. And then we do one like this. Aha, that's got it. That will allow us to snap a pillar with an exact match to the corner. So now those are dead level, even though this is kind of an arbitrary thing on the side here. I'm going to pull out my magic offset tool on that. Let's see if it'll work with a pillar. Oh, how are we going to do this? Nudge 1 millimeter up. Attach the pillar to the top traffic thingy. Nudge it into place. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be higher. Did I use the -1? I used the -1. Okay, that works. It slots underneath. Actually, no, I do want it above. That's right. It's still here. 1 millimeter offset. So that was the nudge something 1 millimeter down blueprint. This is the nudge 1 millimeter up blueprint. Except that's going to bring it up above that now. Yeah, okay. I mean, I could just do this one as well. I think down is probably better. I don't sound too sure, do I? That's because it's nearly 11 p.m. I'm old and need sleep. That's the cleanest. We just put it under everything. I'm going to ignore that dead fighting. Oh, we have to put a roof on this one. Okay. We are so close to having, like, weatherproofed our factories, ignoring the big like slats gaps that all the rain will fall through. But this is a boring bit of roof. That will overlap. Not by much, actually. Not got to worry about a fancy roof line for a tiny crack like that. We do not need. All of that Z fighting is bugging me. Now that I have a fix for Z fighting that is reliable, it's going to drive me crazy seeing Z fighting when I know it's pretty easy to fix. Let's use the -1. This is the -1 one, right? Yes. Now, if I've snapped that to the right foundation, that should also be underneath. So good. So good. Okay. That's looking a lot more presentable now. I mean, that big wall's a bit boring, but it's okay. Bean is still up there. Annoyed that I tried to shock grenade him out of the spot earlier. We haven't done the pillars to the roof in here yet. I suppose I only really need to do this one and that one for now. Those, I don't want to clutter the roof too much with those. Now, is it going to be a nice match? No, it's not. There's also a lot of them here. Now, decals can't be applied to the side of a foundation, can they? That wall behind the staircase looks really boring. That didn't nudge up. That is too low, damn it. And it is a nudge fail. It looks right here. Maybe it's not a nudge fail. Oh no, it isn't. It's just gone further. Oh, and that staircase was the wrong one. Yeah, okay. A bit more support for those. Those might need a bit of support. Too far. Okay. Okay, that's not quite as high as those. I'm going to leave that. Almost lines up with the steel beam on the roof. Hey, this one does line up, except I don't want it to because it's running in the same direction. Actually, no, that's okay. Actually works pretty well. Oh, come on, nudge, lock, nudge, zoop. Okay, there's a couple sticking out the top, probably a few sticking out the side. And I've also missed this one. This is where I need a micro nudge this way and in a bit, so I can get sort of these inner walls to be a different color from the outer walls. Other than that, we can use a beam at least down there to give it a bit of something. We can probably do beams on the corners as well. Oh, white. That's a great choice for highlighting against a white surface. What's carbon steel look like on that? Oh, that is bold. Chrome we've used before. Let's go with chrome. Oh, you know what? We could use a cable. I've not used a cable yet. Look at that. The cable suspending. I don't know if I like it. Actually, no, I don't like it. I think I'd much prefer to have one of these up to there like that. And that's attached to there, which is nice. So that's the only support we need down here. Now, that looks like a supported staircase. Okay, almost there, almost there. I think we've only got one major thing to do, or one notable thing, and that's the roof on this building. So that beam might need to move again. Do I try the pulse obelisk again? Do you want to go for a fly? Yeah. No? Don't want to fly? Oh, that's right, I moved the wall out a bit, didn't I? And I think that's just going to stay as a feature wall like that, actually. And if I'm quick, I might be able to build this before Mr. Bean comes over. No, don't go, go away, go away. Yes, no, yes. Oh. That was a fail. That's because I did this funky corner thing here instead of the corner like I was supposed to do. Okay, we have the technology to plug it. Actually looks pretty cool. Or is it because I've used the half balls here instead of the full ones that all the corners might be out? Oh, that one covers it, just. If I just pop up here, I can copy that from there. Too far. Oops. Helps if I build it. That was easy. Almost there. Stay on target. He's happy because he's got so much more space to walk around now. There we go. Yeah. Look, you can see the train line from here. Another beam. I kind of think I want that corner to be white. Okay. I need that offset to move it slightly down so it's not... I'm just going to half nudge it down. I did put some in the back, okay. Okay, so unlike the computer factory had several different wings, all with different architecture, basically. So here we've basically gone with one architecture style, being consistent across all the buildings. We still have separate buildings for the different products, but we've kind of stuck to the same general architecture for them. Yeah, looks pretty good. Okay, this is the smelting room, or more to the point, the thingy. Foundry, the foundrying room. It's where we founder all the things. And again, when we need to expand this factory, we need more raw resources. We just pop the cap of this roof off, build the blueprints up vertically, and away we go.
Hey, Brent's Hunter just followed you.
Brent Hunter, thank you very much for the follow. Spacious and beautiful, thank you. I'm trying to leave more space in factories. It's very easy to not leave any space. So I'm trying to consciously add like extra space around them. Next thing I need to do is master the art of actually putting down walkway indicators and stuff like that. Now, it's probably going to be much easier to run supports this way than having a million little supports that way, so let us go across to here. Oops. And bring that across. That's probably going to be sticking out the top. Because I decided to use diagonal things. I do need a little hatchway in the roof. It's a little manhole to get through. Actually, we need a staircase up here so people can visit the beam. I wonder if that's 1 meter in. It'll fit okay in the spacing underneath. It is not. And the only other thing I could do is really have one run from there across. Or have this foundation come out slightly more. So I would have one of these just 1 meter, 1 meter half foundation up against the wall, rotated please. Not that way, that way. I had it as a slightly different pattern, so like that. That just looks like it has a bit of extra support now. Oh, it's black, that actually kind of fits. Okay, we'll go with that. That was different on this side. Oh, okay, because we didn't space these ones like we did the others. Here's a zero and awake. I'm going to say the H word again. I need a hoverback. Soon, we are nearly at the hoverpack level. We are basically one factory to go. And that one should be pretty straightforward, especially if we don't get too bogged down in architecture. It seems to me that I take like one session to build the functional factory, another session to kind of wire everything up a bit, and then 2 whole sessions to kind of get the architecture nailed down. Okay. I think he's happy with his new home. Okay, we'd still need to do the train stations, so we haven't finished off. This train station is very bare bones at the moment. I'm going to leave that for now, and I probably will do that off stream because it's just going to take me a couple of hours of fiddling around. Oh, how did I completely miss that? Oh, look, I did it again. Just wants to be sideways, I guess. Some people are like that. Okay, those are all done. What a nice little balcony there. We could probably put a few more balconies on some of the factories. Add these underleaf highlights. Actually, we weren't going to do those highlights because we were going to do this fancy thing along the bottom. Hey, relax. Good morning. How are you going? Probably sliding in here right at the end, but hello. Nearing the end. Definitely nearing the end. We are kind of in the pottering around as the main project is mostly finished. We are just putting on some little finishing touches here and there. But we have factories that have walls and roofs. How fancy is that? Hover back. When? I think Azuran's asleep. Okay, she heard that. Do I have an extra battery? I have a cable, a USB cable connected all the time. So the USB cable is connected to, basically, I think it actually might be the Quest 3 charger. It's cutting a little close to the plant there, but so yes, I do have it plugged in pretty much all the time when I'm doing something like this, because even with a battery pack, doing like a 5-hour or a 7-hour stream is not really practical. But it's a much lighter cable than you'd have if you had like a full data cable connection. And it's basically goes, I've got a little hook on the side of my headset, so it goes over my headset, down behind me. And so it doesn't really put any weight on the headset. Future on VR, only 29 minutes to go until 5 hours. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to last that long. I did start a little late tonight. I mean, it's a Saturday, and usually I start a little late on Saturdays. Basically, I had dinner before I started, rather than interrupt the stream later on with a dinner break. But usually I like to do at least a 4-hour stream. That's usually the goal, but you know, even if it's less than 4, that's fine too. I think that was diagonal nudging. It's not useful. I wonder if they fixed that in 1.2. Outlook says not so good. Indeed, I abandoned this idea, otherwise you forget how long you spend in the VR headset. This way you have to force yourself to take it off. Well, the Twitch ads are good for forcing me to at least take a break and look at the clock occasionally. So it gives me a reminder every hour and says, oi, there goes another hour past, what are you doing with your life? So then I can step away from the keyboard and the mouse and the controllers for just a little bit at least. Oh, this seems to be floating. I think I'm just going to run it straight down. I could do a fancy base on it, but eh. I can't even see if that's the right way around. I don't think it is. That is. Nope. That did not finish souping. Or did it? It did, okay. Really can't see it. Yeah, I didn't build it fast enough because I had vertical soup on. Let me turn the flashlight off. Oh, look, I turned my flashlight off. I can see it much better. It'd be nice if it went, oh, look, you obviously want to match it up this way around. Let's do it that way. Okay. I'm wondering if I can do like a thin version of this at the top, just something to give it a bit of a glowy border, because it is a nice glowy foot along the bottom. Oh look, I already started to do this side. Is the new alpha out? Yes, relax, there is a new alpha out. Alpha 5 is out, which has a much improved VR keyboard input. There should be no more having the keyboard vanish on you when you're mid-typing at all. Okay, there we go. Glowy base, glowy, glowy, glowy. We haven't done around the back and the sides. But then again, there's conveyors and stuff through here, so... Did that actually delete? Yes, it did. Having something underneath here might be good. Yeah, because it would cover up that, but I do have a shorter one, so I could do the shorter one under it. Although this wall is actually fully out as well, so... maybe there's not as much point. There's just a stroppy alpha hog back here, and he doesn't care about flashing lights. Actually, maybe I will leave that open. All the other walls are open a bit. Found out the Pico isn't sold in America, at least in stores. No, apparently I've heard that. Don't see any earlier chats. I don't think so. Nope, I get all the chats. Okay, cool. So those have red at the top. So that red is sunk in. Oh, I did this top differently. Which type do we prefer? With the full overhang or the sticking out? I think I prefer the full overhang. That's a more definite cap versus this. Ah, I'm being attacked. Hello, as urine. Careful. This will actually solve this pillar problem as well, because they won't have to stick out as far. That should hit the edge of the foundation, so on the inside. Why is that not building? I think there might already be one there. Okay. Yeah, that one's not building either. Okay. Which means, did I do skinny ones on this side as well? Did. This being the back wall, you know what? No, it doesn't matter. There's the back wall, which still would benefit from having the full width ones. That one's already there, apparently. Which means these probably are as well. I'm going to assume they are. It's the same pattern as the other side. Hopefully this isn't like covering up the Michelangelo inside or anything, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure that's how the roof line was going to be. Pretty simple. Kicks in on the string from listening or sleeping. Hey, Azurin, I always put you to sleep. I mean, especially now that I'm snoring less. That's not steel. That's supposed to be steel. Lots of copy. Am I going to run out of fuel? Oh, that was close. Okay, yeah, do like the fat rooftops. Which means that one up there is wrong. Yeah, okay, that's looking good. Again, this build we went with, all the factories have the same kind of style. Whereas other builds we've kind of gone with a different style for each building. He's so happy to be on the roof. Look at him. He's probably going, now how do I get down from here? Wow, I really did do half caps on all these sides. Oh, where did that come from? Where the heck did he get up there? Beams always get up there. I think what happens is when creatures spawn, they have a spawn point on the ground and they spawn at the first solid object above that point. So his spawn point is probably on the ground down there, but because there's all this factory here, the first point he respawns at is up on the roof here. Because there's the Crater Lakes where I built my coal power station. I built a massive complex there, and in the middle I had this big spire with 4 drone ports on top. And every single time, all 4 beams would spawn up on the drone ports every single time. And I think it's because their spawn points were the center of the lake at the bottom, but because I had this drone tower up like that, they'd always spawn on top of the drone towers. Which, did I actually set those drones going? I don't think I did, so I didn't actually see a beam on a drone. That would have been cool. But similarly, like it can be tricky to trap stingers and things in cages permanently because they will spawn on top of the cage, although I do have a couple of poison stingers that I seem to have successfully captured. Okay. Wow, okay, that hour is almost gone. See, this is what happens when I accidentally run an ad break early instead of wrapping up. An hour has gone past. Okay. Cool. Well, I think I'm gonna head back home. I do need to do something with the train station here. Now, I'm not going to copy that style exactly. I'm probably going to copy the style that I did for the computer train station, because it's similar enough in style. It's white brutalist with the similar slats in the top. So if you remember it, it's just over here. Hello, Mr. Nuclear Hog. So yeah, there's my smelter bunker. That was a redeem. I'm flying. They can't get me. Yes, that was a zero. So yeah, this train station I really like. So I'm probably going to try and replicate this pretty much as is over the other side. Now this has 2 platforms, where the other one has only 1. Although I might leave room for... Again! You're trying to wake me up. Yeah, I really like how this train station came out, so I'm probably going to copy a lot of the style from here, if I can memorize it. Maybe I should take some screenshots of it, because it's pretty cool and it will fit nicely in with the style of the other one. Who was that? Was that a Zero? Making up for lost time while you were dozing, are you? You met your quota? You should have heard how many times I said hover pack while you were asleep. So I'm actually using all 3 pure copper nodes here, although this one isn't used much, so there's still some more copper I can pump out of there. But it's like, yes, 3 pure copper nodes, that'll last me ages, you know. Oh, I need to put stripes on the side of there, like this. This is very... This looks like a vacuum cleaner that needs unboxing at the moment, I think. Oh, hello, Piggy. Hey, he's on the roof! I should stop taunting the wildlife. Whee! Oh, he might not survive that. Okay, so tonight we finished off the Modular Engines factory. We have, ticking away in here, a whole bunch of manufacturers making modular engines. We have 8 manufacturers. I think this is producing 7.5 per minute, which is not a massive amount, but it's plenty for phase 3. This is an expandable factory, so if we ever need to double production or quadruple it, we just take the roof off and build up the vertical manifolds. As you can see here, we've got vertical manifolds going on here, fun stuff. So we can just build this up higher later on once we get like Mark III miners and stuff like that, and faster belts. But we have mostly finished the architecture. I'm not going to stream any more of this factory, I don't think. Like there's under the bonnet stuff I need to tidy up, and I need to whack those steel bars on the factory up there. And as I said, I do need to work on the train station a bit. But I think as far as streaming stuff goes, next time we're going to get cracking with the things. I'll remember what they called him at. Not Assembly Director Systems. Balls. I'm going to get cracking my balls. No, that's not right. Adaptive Control Systems. That sounds right. We only need to make 100 for phase 3, so can I open that while I'm in the train? Yes, I can. We only need to make 100. Hey, that did a steam whistle.
Phrasing.
Thank you. But we are going to leave that factory for tonight, and we're going to head home. Whew. See? Trap spider. And there should be another one trapped in there, although, yeah, he is trapped in there. And there's a nuclear hog over there who isn't trapped. And we only ran out of beams twice, so maybe the hub mall will have time to catch up on all the beams we built, because those feature walls with the grid slats on it takes a lot of beams. Yeah, so over there you can see the home of those sort of bottom trimmings that were actually created for that factory. Before I automated crystal oscillators, and the signs take crystal oscillators, so I was reliant on doggos keeping me stocked with crystal oscillators to make all of those. Okay. Right. Thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pretty good stream tonight, actually. Had some good progress, finished our goals, ran overtime, you know, really good stream. Did I just hear that? You did just hear something like that. You're serious Australian. I love the accent. I think my home assistant is Irish or something like that. Accents are fun. Just working on Nova, so deep in command line and configs. Yeah, got to keep you awake, relax. Thank you everyone for hanging out and watching. My name's Daughter. I have too many hobbies and I need more sleep. So I will be streaming next on Friday evening. This is a Saturday evening here, so this time plus 6 days minus 5 hours will be probably my next stream. Let me save the game with the new keyboard input. Not that this bit has ever been particularly problematic. But look, we've got hotkeys for shift and swapping modes and such. Mod and engines. Why does that look wrong? Motors, modular engines. Wow, I can't even spell that. Why does that look wrong? It is a yes. Jeez. I think I need sleep. I mean, that's how I spelled it down there, so let's go with that. Dear. Oh, dear. Okay. I'm going to be wrecked for roleplay tomorrow. Essenber's on? Okay, well, it is a Saturday night. Okay, let me just quit out. And, oops, wrong controls. To the outro screen. I really need to put like an end credits. By the way, congratulations once again to Dippy for being first. Not only was Russ running late, but Dippy was bang on early and nabbed that first for reals. So congrats, you've broken Russ's stream of like 10 in a row.
I admire your optimism, relax, enjoy life, but you only get a participation award this time round. Dippy VR was the winner. In fact, you were in position 15. Better luck
15.
next time.
Soprano TTT was third? Oh yes, there was someone new, I think newish, really early, so yeah. Okay, cool. Let me just take off my headset and I will say good night to your YouTube peeps and I will end the YouTube stream here.